Good morning, traders. What's up and what's going on? Really quick, some of you guys in chat, maybe on YouTube. Again, if you're on YouTube, please bear with me. We're having a few. We have a few issues in chat with the live stream, so I'm shutting it down, rebooting it. Please bear with me. Give me one moment, guys, and then we're gonna dive into it. Okay, I want to make sure chat's all set, ready to rock and ready to roll. So give me a few moments, guys. Again, you're with me here on YouTube. I'm dropping the link inside of chat. Chris says, unfreaking believable. So let's do this. Let's cancel this out. Let's drop this completely down. Reopen a new window. You gotta love live streaming software at times, right? You just gotta love it. Just takes a uno momento. You know, just a minute. Yes, we are getting a new stream. What's up, Frank? How we doing? Hope we're doing great. All right, cool. So let's go ahead and get a live event. Go live. I am rebooting the stream. Yes, my goodness. We got to read messages, guys. Come on. I'm just messing with you. All right, so let's go ahead and get us we got the event. Boom, we're good. Cancel that. Let's go save. Frank, what's up? Yeah, and I'm with you guys. You're with me. I'm with you. We're just getting the live stream up in chat real quick. All right, cool. So we're there. Allow, save, copy, dashboard, refresh, continue, loading, stream source, paste, save, reboot, POW, and live. All right, there we go. Everybody should have got that nice little beautiful pop-up reboot. I'm good on my end. I can hear my beautiful face. Or I can hear my beautiful face. I can see my beautiful face. So again, not sure what's going on there. Again, we made updates last night, guys. So I hope you guys were clearing that cache, your cookies, like we were talking about last night, to not have any issues inside of chat. So we'll wait for everybody to kind of pile back in. Again, it's an automatic refresh. Your live stream would have refreshed for you, and you should be all set, ready to rock and ready to roll. Yeah, it was good on my end too, even before the reboot. So I'm not sure. Did you guys clear your cache? I mean, I'm thinking that's what it could be. Maybe you guys that were not having the issues cleared that browser cache that we talked about yesterday. Because yeah, anytime we do any kind of like updates, like when we were talking about doing a few updates for you guys, you have to clear your cache. And we'll always let you know too. We'll always let you know about the cache. So we're going to let everybody pile in real quick. It's still 9:02. We got plenty of time, guys. There's not a lot going on. Maybe it could. All good now, all good now. Okay, well, cool. Next time, if we have a small issue like that, maybe it was a YouTube thing. Maybe it was a YouTube thing, because we do stream through YouTube privately. Could have easily been a YouTube thing as well, guys. So go ahead and we'll drop it, start it back up. We should all be all set, ready to wrap and ready to roll. I have a pretty crappy gap list this morning. Yeah, the stocks right now, there's not a lot happening in pennies, guys. Clear the cash and then let's make some cash. Oh, I love it. 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 Still in gray. So if you're using Google Chrome, you go to your settings. All right, just go up here to your settings like that. Go to security and privacy, clear browsing data. What you're going to want to do is clear your cached images and files. All right, come back over here, log out. I'd actually log out first. Go ahead and log out of Alpha Day Trading. All right, just go here and go log out. Then go clear your cache. Come back here and refresh your browser. And then you should be all set, ready to rock and roll, guys. Again, that gray screen is not a me thing. Is not an Alpha Day Trading thing. So that gray screen comes from YouTube. Right? It says the live stream has ended. That's a YouTube thing. So I'm not sure what's going on there. I can post the direct link. Are you guys getting it through the direct link? Again, it's a good thing it's Friday, right? Good thing it's Friday. Good thing the market's kind of slow right now. We don't have a lot to talk about over the next 15 minutes. We really don't, guys. 25 minutes, actually. There's really not a lot going on today, but I want to make sure that everybody inside the chat's ready to go before we start diving into it. So everybody on YouTube, bear with me. TikTok, bear with me. Chat is my #1 priority at this point in time. They get my undivided attention. I want to make sure they're all set, ready to rock and roll here. All right, everybody just give me a thumbs up. Let me know we're all set, ready to rock. I want to make sure that you guys are good over inside of chat. Now, I actually recommend like 3 screens at most. That's what I recommend. You don't need all these screens at all. I do it because I do like 3 other businesses and stuff like that. So, good. Can you send the YouTube link I cleared so no go? That is so odd. I'll talk to the development team and see exactly what's going on with that. See if it's an end user thing or see if it's us pushing to you guys and see what that issue could be there. So, do apologize that we're having a few issues there. There's our private link, right? There's the private link, so you guys are all set, ready to rock. For those of you asking about monitors, yeah, I definitely don't recommend having more than 3. If you're just trading, 2 to 3 monitors is just perfect. You can have your community up. You have your charts, you have your scanners and your news widgets on the other. 3 is perfect. You can like scan and search the web. Yeah, you need like 2 or 3 is perfect. All right, so good morning. Let's start with the no. Let's back it up. Let's back it up. Hold on. We can't start it off like that. We got to start it off with a little bit of hype. I know you guys missed that intro, but we're getting going. We're fired up, team, and we are ready to rock and roll to have an amazing Friday. And we're going to talk about why it's probably not going to be an amazing Friday. I love setting the right expectations, guys. Right? I want to get you guys fired up and ready to go when we got something ready to go. But what do we know, team? What do we know right now in the market? Well, we know it's Friday. The toughest trading day of the week due to lack of press releases, lack of volume, lack of activity in the market, right? We know that it's tough. What makes it even more challenging? What's going on Monday? What's going on Monday? Market's closed. It's a holiday, right? So we already know that holiday weekends make it really slow. When you got a holiday on Friday or a Monday, right? It's usually really slow. And now you got Friday as well. And we can see this in the market, guys. We can really see this in the market. Look at all of our top stocks today. REBB, NXTP, I mean, across the board. So we're going to do something different today. Okay. We're going to do something completely different. All right. What we're going to do is I'm going to show you where to find the morning stock newsletter. If you want to find, again, these stocks that have press releases. Again, if you're inside the chat, go to alerts. You will find every single stock with news today, right? Every single stock with news, you will see it inside of alerts, okay? We can scan through up gappers for the next 30 minutes and kill the next 30 minutes, okay? Or I can let you guys in chat give me a ticker and let's review it. What are you guys looking at, okay? And let's go dissect it. Again, team, let's do this real quick while you're posting your tickers. Again, I want to do something a little bit different because there's not a lot happening in pre-market. Now, yes, we're watching the SPY, the Qs. I have some larger cap stocks I want to watch, and I want to take time to talk about these stocks. But as far as fresh movers today, normally how we get prepared, stocks with news, stocks with volume, low floats, right? There is not a lot happening right now. And so think about it. Monday, market's closed. It's Friday. It's already challenging. So we already know today's going to be a challenge because of the holiday and Friday. But what else have we noticed? Our top gaining stocks have not been top gaining stocks. Every single stock with news, okay? I wouldn't say every, 90% of the stocks with news meeting the best of the best criteria. Great news, great volume, low float, charts looking good in pre-market. The stocks have faded and fallen. Faded and fallen all freaking day. What are our top gaining stocks? Top gaining stocks are the random stocks. The prior day moving stocks, right? The BBIGs, the DWACs, right? Those are the stocks that are moving consistently throughout the day. Not the stocks that have the fresh news today, but stocks that have been moving prior day. So what stocks do we have real quick that have some news? We got NXTP, but when you look at the chart, do you get excited? Not really, but there's news, right? Again, go inside of alerts, guys. Go inside of alerts, just scroll up. You're going to find every single stock that currently has news. So again, NXTB has news, GFAI, right? We also have WYNN and Las Vegas Sands. We have AEYENISN, LMDX. There are some stocks with news, and some of these press releases are decent. But when you go look at these charts, oh my goodness, absolutely horrible, right? NXTP, not looking all that great. SXTC, not really looking all that great, right? REVB, not really looking all that great. You kind of just like, right? It's one of those, maybe. You're not like, wow, that's a good looking one right there, right? Wow, that thing looks great. Across the board, guys, it's very choppy, very messy. In pre-market, again, it's Friday, holiday weekend on Monday. And we already know market conditions for penny stocks. And what are market conditions for penny stocks? What you think is going to be the top stock of the day because of the news and the flow and the high relative volume in pre-market. These stocks are the ones fading all day. The stocks that are actually moving are our prior day movers. So what stocks are we watching today? We want to watch BBIG, absolutely. Okay, BBIG, 3 beautiful days to the upside. I was expecting to see 406 hit post-market, pre-market, but we're actually not hitting that 200-day moving average. We're actually slightly gapping down. Nothing too crazy, but again, we're slightly gapping down, right? We do have some good support back down towards around 322 to 330. I'd like to keep BBIG on watch around that level, okay? I do want to keep this on watch around 322 to 330 and see if we have buyers move in. See if we get some buying pressure down around that level of support. And if we do, I think we could see a nice day to the upside once again on BBIG up to 406. So we are watching BBIG. It's been a mover for the past 3 days, again from around $2.20 all the way to $3.85. It definitely still has potential once again today, in my opinion. And we need to keep this one on watch around that 322, 330, see if we hold on up. And if so, I think that's a great area that we could start possibly getting involved here with BBIG. Definitely a stock we want to watch today. I do want to watch DWAC as well. We were talking yesterday while everybody's like, buy it, buy it, buy it. It's going to the moon. I'm like, guys, it's up really a lot, right? It's up like $20, $25 in 3 days into a level of resistance, right? Anything can happen, but it's due for a pullback, right? It went from $50 all the way to $75. That's $25. And literally the 4th day it hit that level. right at a level of resistance. Everybody's like, just buy it, buy it, buy it. I'm like, we're not chasing it. We're not chasing it, right? The stock's going to pull back. Let's wait for the pullback, and let's see if we get a good entry, maybe for a swing trade coming up, right? Maybe we have a multi-day swing trade on DWAC, right? Maybe there's better opportunity. I would not be chasing this at 72, 73, 74 bucks, 75 bucks. I wouldn't. I'd have to wait for a little bit of a pullback. And what did we see yesterday on DWAC? We saw that really nice pullback back down into our 66.23 level. Okay, so we did come right down to the penny, 66.23, and we are trying to hold this level right now here on DWAC. So I would want to keep this stock on watch today above this 66.23 level. I think we could see a nice little rebound possibly on DWAC. Okay, again, nice big move to the upside over the past 3 days. Healthy pullback into a prior level of resistance, new supports. We can start to see the stock re-breaking and holding above like $68. That's going to show strength, right? Not being the guinea pig, but proving itself that, hey, 66 is support. We can get back above some of these key levels of resistance. I do think we could see a decent little day here today on DWAC. So we need to watch this one as well. It's a former mover, just like BBIG. It's a prior day mover. DWAC, it's been moving this week. There's some momentum here, right? There's still focus. And one of the top stocks that I like is going to be ECOR. Okay, ECOR for what? The mid-candle breakout. Okay, so right now we have a big green day there on Wednesday. Yesterday, gap down, falling right in the middle, right, of that big green day. Okay, we could easily see a nice mid-candle breakout here on ECOR, where I expect to see the most amount of volume really start moving in is over 79 cents, okay, over yesterday's highs, over 79 cents. That's where I expect to see a lot of volume move in, up to 88 cents, and then up towards around 97 cents to retest the high there from Wednesday. So right out of the gate, one of our top stocks that's on the back burner. We have a great setup, mid-candle breakout right now. I think we have some great potential here today on ECOR. So keep this one on high watch, guys. Back burner stock, mid-candle breakout, over 79. That's where I expect to see a lot of traders start to move on in here, pushing this up to 88, pushing this up to 97 to 98 cents as well to retest Wednesday's highs. So I would say, team, let's keep it simple. Let's watch BBIG out of the gate. Let's watch DWAC out of the gate. And let's watch ECOR, okay? A lot of these stocks that are gapping up this morning, they're not doing anything. And here's the thing. This week, stocks that have been gapping up in pre-market, again, that have news, that have fresh volume, that have low floats, and we're like, man, this stock can rip. I mean, it is just primed and ready to go. They are fading and falling. So don't expect too much out of these up-gappers today, based on this week's market conditions, based on today being Friday, and based on having a holiday on Monday. I would focus on ECOR, DWAC, BBIG, watching our high of the day momentum scanner for penny stocks out of the gate, right? And definitely watching the halt scanner and watching the breakout scanner as well to see where traders are actually going. Okay, now if you want to know why these stocks are gapping up, team, go to alerts, right? Go to alerts and you will find all of these press releases. Or, right, come up here, morning stock newsletter. We post our morning stock newsletter every single morning. So Friday, January 14th, and you will find every single stock with news to get you guys prepared, ready to rock and roll for the day. All right, team? So let's go ahead and talk about some larger cap stocks that we have for today. All right. So again, we are watching the SPY, right? Watching the SPY. One thing that I notice here, guys, is yes, we have this multi-week, multi-month trend line that we bounced off of here on Monday, right? So again, we can see this clear uptrend here on the SPY. Came down to the penny on Monday. Nice bounce. I mean, we absolutely nailed the rejection and the reversal yesterday on the SPY and the Qs. Felt amazing to just crush what we were expecting to see on the SPY and the Qs and see some great profits and some great opportunity there. So we have the uptrend. We bounced off of Monday, looking to see if we can possibly hold that level today and bounce again. And if we can, maybe a green day. But But what do you notice that's starting to form here on the SPY? Does anybody see what I am seeing here on the SPY that you should be very mindful of? We're talking about going long off the trend line, but what else could we see? A head and shoulders, guys. Yeah, 100%. Left shoulder, head, right shoulder, right? The right shoulder right off the left shoulder with a strong volume day yesterday to the downside. And the head is a double top. I mean, textbook head and shoulder. So even if we come down to this trend line, right, we may not hold. We could crack. And if we crack and we fall below this level, that could drive a little bit more panic in the market, right? You could see a little bit more fear move in the market. I mean, shoot, guys, the VIX is up $6 again today, right? 6%. I'm sorry, 6%. I mean, the VIX over the last 2 days from 18 to 22. Remember, the VIX is the fear index. The higher the VIX is, the more fear in the market. The higher the VIX is, the more movement to the downside we have. The VIX is going higher. That means the stock market is moving lower. There's more fear in the market, right? We have that head and shoulders formation. The VIX is on the rise. We're gapping down in pre-market. You got to be very mindful about that formation and very mindful about what we see, right? We can't be biased long or short. We could come down to the trend line, bounce strong, and have a hell of a green day. Anything can happen in the market. We know that. But at the same time, we can't just be long biased off that trend line, because if we start to crack that trend line and we're below it and we see selling pressure, that's a head and shoulders formation. That's bearish. That could lead to the next leg down, right? That could lead this down towards around that lower shadow, 456, right? Another $5 to the downside. And then possibly filling this gap, right? We have a little gap to be filled at 455, but the main level is 450 support here on the SPY. So be mindful about that. We are watching the SPY, of course, today, right? Absolutely beautiful yesterday on the Qs as well. Again, the gap up, the spinning top doji. Some people call that the abandoned baby. It's a doji formation right into the 20 EMA. Again, absolutely crushed this one yesterday, and it dropped what? We had a nice $10 drop yesterday there on the Qs. So, I mean, absolutely beautiful stuff there on the Qs. We had pretty good odds coming into the day with that setup too. So congratulations to those of you guys that were locking in some good profits yesterday there on some Q puts. So the Qs today, again, gapping down. The Qs are actually in what we call correction territory. If we go back up and look at the SPY, right, go to the SPY, that all-time high, guys, right there, and where are we currently at right now? Percentage-wise, we are down 5%. So we are actually entering correction territory on the SPY. Remember, I would say like 0 to 6% pullback, 6%, 12%, right? Up into the 18, 20% correction. And then we start seeing the term crash used a lot. Anything over, usually like that 18, 20%, you hear the term crash. Right now, we've just been pulling back on the SPY. But again, gapping down once again today. We're down about 6% from that all-time high. You're going to start hearing the term market correction, right? We are correcting right now. The SPY or the Qs have already been in correction territory, right? And I'm even going to go to that all-time high. I'm going to go to this recent high, right? And I'm going to go where we're at now, 7%, 8%. So we are in correction territory on the Qs, but we knew that the Qs in tech and growth stocks were going to struggle this year based on interest rates being raised, right? So we already kind of knew that coming into the year, what to expect Q1, Q2, and we're seeing this play out beautifully. So if we're looking at the Qs today, bigger picture, I still think there's a lot of room to the downside on the Qs. I wouldn't say a lot, but I would still say there's substantial room to the downside here on the Qs, right? We are in, 8%, 7% correction territory. Definitely think we have more room to the downside. Again, interest rates are going to be going up, cutting into the profitability and the revenue for these companies. Not as great of earnings. Again, when there's not a great of earnings, you don't see people just buying the crap out of them like we saw over the last 2 years while interest rates were low. So yeah, I do think there's more downside here on the Qs, short term, medium term, right? Do I think that, the markets can close higher than, where we're at now or where we started the year? I do think so, but I do think the first, Q1, Q2, especially with growth in tech, are going to struggle just simply because of the the interest rates going up and everything like that. All right, guys. So that's kind of my outlook there. Obviously, we're playing this today. It's a day trade, but I'm thinking over the next few months, what do I expect to see here on the Qs? Overall, more to the downside. And, you know, I'm looking down into like the 350 area and whatnot, maybe back down into these lows, 350, maybe even like 340, may start, you know, adding some Qs to my longer term portfolio here as we would be down 50, 60 points from those highs. So with that being said, what are we looking at today here on the Qs? Well, the Qs, we were looking at that 375.88 level from post-market. We tried holding up here in pre-market as well. We just cracked below. So right now, out of the gate, guys, below 375.88, I do think we see the Qs down to 370.63 next. If we break back above 375.88 and hold this level, we have room back up to 378.83. And then 380 here on the Qs. So again, we're watching the Qs. We're definitely watching the SPY today. I do want to watch NVIDIA. Looking at Apple. Apple's got a really nice head and shoulders formation as well. Apple looking like it can move a lot lower down to 168 today. Yes, I think Apple could see 168 today, maybe even 166.69, depending on how the overall market does. So we are definitely watching Apple. We are watching NVIDIA today below 265.74, yesterday's lows. Again, as long as we're below 265.74, I see us coming down to 256.64 today here on NVIDIA. So a lot of room to the downside there. I was going to watch Home Depot again. I'm not too interested in that. And then if you guys are looking at LVS and WYNN, okay, huge gap ups. 84 to 93. It's about $8, $9 to the upside on WYNN. Go look at LVS, 38 to 43. That's a pretty good gap up. That's $5. You're talking 10% and 8%, okay? What's something that you would do, right? Catherine, Corey, if you were scaling in to LVS, if you were buying this consolidation, you were scaling in for a swing trade. If you were in WYNN, you were scaling in, right, for a swing trade, and you've been actively scaling into WYNN for a swing trade. Maybe you're an investor. You've been accumulating, right? You wake up today. WYNN is up 9%. LVS is up 12%. What is your first instinct? What's the first thing that you're probably going to do when the market opens? You're going to take profit. You're going to take profit all day, right? What do you think is going to happen on LVS and WYNN, right? We have more odds of expecting that profit taking when the market opens. Now, can we still move higher today? Absolutely. We have room to 45.92 on LVS, okay? We have room to $100 on WYNN, but you got to think from a psychological standpoint. If you guys were in this as a swing trade, scaling in for an investment, and you're up, boom, just like that, 10, 12, 13%. What are you going to do? You're probably going to trim. You're going to trim some profits. You're going to take your profits. You're going to do something that you're going to sell a little bit. I would. You guys would. Take some profits. Take a little bit. So you can expect a lot of people to do that, which would cause this to come back down. But I still think there is potential to move higher today. All right. So with that being said, just expect some profit taking here. We have room back down to 87.33 on WYNN. And we have some room back down towards around 39.50 here on LVS. Okay, so we're definitely putting a lot of focus on the SPY, a lot of focus on the Qs. I like NVIDIA today, for sure. Big move to the downside. Apple, not only for a day trade, but a multi-week swing trade. Textbook head and shoulders formation on Apple. We could see Apple back down towards around the 157, 158 level in the coming weeks. And then watching LVS and WYNN. Yes, penny stocks definitely looking crappy, Cole. Definitely looking crappy with penny stocks. So that's why we're just watching ECOR for the mid-candle breakout. We're watching DWAC. It's been a mover this week, right? We have some focus here. There's still some volume. We have attention. We could see this move again today, right? It's a prior day mover that has some momentum. We're watching the stock, DWAC. Definitely watching BBIG as well. So I would say these are the three penny stocks we're watching because we know that prior day movers are the stocks that have the best opportunity for the day. Stocks that are dropping fresh press releases really aren't the ones making those big time moves for that current day. So your NXTPs, guys, your SXTC, REVB, right? These stocks that are gapping up, I really wouldn't put that much focus on them. I'd be looking at the high of the day momentum scanner, the halt and resume scanner, and watching the breakout scanner to see if any of those tickers pop up. And if they do, bing, cool. Breaking out, halted, has news. What's the news? Let me go to alerts chat. What's the flip? We're prepared. We already know that it's moving up based on some credibility, okay? But right now, would I be focused and honed in on those stocks right at the start of the day? No, because I think we have better opportunity. ECOR, mid-candle breakout. DWAC, coming off this nice pullback yesterday, looking like we have some room back up over 70, maybe back up to 74 bucks here on DWAC today. And then BBIG as well, team. All right, so let's go ahead and get prepared for the day. Get our scanners up and loaded. Breakout scanner, halts and resumes, high of the day momentum scanner. We know the drill. We know what we're doing to take advantage of the market today. But right out of the gate, guys, I say we put some focus here on ECOR and then watching the SPY and the Qs to see what we do out of the gate. If it's a sideways day, you'll lose. We're just sitting back and chilling. Again, Fridays are challenging. Fridays are tough. What do? I scale it back a lot on Fridays. I really scale it back, guys. And I don't trade after 10:30, 11 o'clock, and I'm done, right? We close up. We enjoy our weekend. We're here not just for money, right? We're here for the freedom that trading gives us. And we know that Fridays are challenging, and it gets even more challenging around lunch. Add in the fact that we have this holiday weekend. It's probably going to be dead. Enjoy your holiday weekend. We crushed it this week. This has been a phenomenal week. Why do we want to give back our profits that we made Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday? Why do we want to give those back? We worked hard for them. Capital preservation. I scale it back. I don't trade over lunch. I don't trade into the day because statistically, historically, it's been the most challenging and I lose the most consistently. And I know that's the case for a lot of traders because I talk to a lot of traders. What's your worst trading day? Fridays. Why? And everybody pretty much has the same reasonings, okay? So be smart, trade safe, capital preservation. You did not work hard this week for nothing. Hold on to those profits. We'll come back Tuesday. We'll have more opportunity, and we will continue to crush January 2022, Tabby. So let's make it happen. We got 8 seconds until the bell. Let's go. All right, give me 1 second. Right when the bell rings, I'm stepping out. Hold up, hold up. Yeah, I know, guys. I had to go get a another Celsius. I'm drinking 2 of these a day. Gets me going. When I'm buying more Roblox, when it moves lower than my cost basis. Serious answer. I would be buying more Roblox when it actually goes lower than my cost basis, or next month when I start reallocating some of my my money into my investments. So ECOR, I would start to possibly get involved with this stock. If we can start breaking over like 97, 98, maybe start building a little bit of a position here. But right now, I'm not touching it. Just so you know, I am not touching this whatsoever. So DWAC out of the gate, right off 66, getting some action, guys. That's up about $2 right now. BBIG, again, we're looking at that 322 to 330 level of support, and we came down to 332 here, right at the start of the day. So both of the stocks that we said have the best opportunity, DWAC, nice pop out of the gate. BBIG, trying to hold above that 330. And ECOR, not doing anything right now, but we should definitely be watching ECOR. That's going off to the side here. That's going off to the side. I am watching this stock to see if we start to get that little bit of a reversal. Again, we have room to 97, right? 97. So let's go look at the SPY. Let's go 1 minute. So again, we are watching the SPY below this 462.12. No reason to get involved here yet. The Qs breaking above that 375 level. So the Qs do have room to 378 here. 378 on the Qs is where you have some room to. NVIDIA, right into that 265 here. We might have something on NVIDIA. NVDA. We're right at that level of resistance here on NVIDIA, guys. And we're seeing that nice little rejection. Let's be patient here. Let's be patient, but I think we could see a nice short, some nice puts here coming on up. I mean, solid rejection right off our level, 265.74. I did not catch it right there. I am not in this stock. Again, I feel like I'm $1.50 late, but let's see if we get another little bit of a setup to confirm, hey, this is a short. Let's take it short below pre-market lows of 261. We could look to take this short down to 256 here on NVIDIA. So right now, high watch NVIDIA. High watch on Apple. You're seeing profit taking on WYNN. You're starting to see a little bit of that on LVS. Watching ECOR. Watching the SPY down around that trend line. That trend line happens to be right around like 458, 459-ish. They're on ECOR. Again, and if you're looking at BBIG, you do not really want to see this below 320. Ideally, 330, you want to see this staying above. 330 was that key level from yesterday, but at the lowest, like 320 there. Yeah, when the market gaps down like this substantially, right? When we see big gap ups and big gap downs in either direction, I kind of sit on the sidelines a little bit and just kind of wait to see what happens. But like yesterday, for instance, we weren't substantially gapping up or gapping down, right? We were kind of gapping up, but it wasn't a big one, right? It wasn't big. Here on the SPY, I mean, there was a decent little gap down, right? There was about a 464.50 down to 461. There was like a $2-3 gap down. That's pretty good. But looking at yesterday, it was only like $1, right? So yesterday I was trading out of the gate, right? Home Depot, crowd out of the gate, locking, right? Rocking and rolling. But we're seeing a pretty decent gap down on the SPY, pretty decent gap down on the Qs. Normally when we see that, that's kind of when I sit back 10, 15 minutes, as you see a lot of that just crazy movement. You know what I mean? It moves just a little crazy, but we're all good to go. So right now, still sitting back on those hands. I'm no trades right now, guys. I have 0 trades, as you guys can see. So I'll put my P&L right there for you. But yeah, right now I have no trades. Again, no entries on NVIDIA. Again, kind of just sitting back, waiting. Like I said, team, if I wasn't in here, I'm not buying it here. It already made a $2 drop. You know me. If I would have got in right at that level and it came down to 264, you guys know me. What am I doing? I'm locking in profits, at least taking half. You know that if I would have got in here and here, you know, based on experience, I would have taken half for $2 a share, right? And I would have been stopped it on the rest, but I wasn't chasing it down here. I wasn't buying it down here because I was already $2 too late to that trade. So I never touched it. Good analysis, good thought process, Corey, 100%. Right, so we need to watch here the cues, right at yesterday's close. We do know that prior day closes, lows, opens, highs, those 4 levels of a candlestick, the low, the close, the open, the high, right? Those prior day levels tend to hold up as levels of support and levels of resistance. So always just be mindful of those prior day levels. So this would be a what? What are we seeing on the cues? When we gap down, right, and break over the prior day's close, what is that called, right? You have 2 types of red to greens. You have an intraday red to green that we all know, but you have a 1 day to the next day red to green. Gapping down and breaking over the prior day's close. That is also considered a red to green. It's just a red to green from prior day to current day, not an intraday red to green. So that's kind of what we're seeing here on the cues. A little bit of that red to green here. The SPY, nothing yet here on the SPY, guys, right? The SPY still has yet to get close. Well, it's close to yesterday's low. So right there, I want to see if that's a level of resistance. And then we're going up and looking at yesterday's close here on the SPY. So 463.40, key level we're watching, 464.50 on the SPY, key level we're watching as resistance. No positions for me on the day. Nothing on Apple, nothing on NVIDIA, nothing on LVS, nothing on WYNN. So, I mean, nothing. So ECOR, anything there? Nothing. DWAC. Again, I'm not really crazy the first 10 to 15 minutes on penny stocks. Okay, I haven't really been touching pennies the first 10, 15 minutes. I want to see what's consistent, what's going to hold up, or what's going to pop up and dump, right? The last thing that I want to be doing is, chasing something like penny stock out of the gate when we don't see that consistency out of the gate this week, guys, right? So I'm not in any positions right now. I'm sitting back, waiting for just the absolute best setup. Now, there's a lot moving, right? Got the spine, the Qs moving, NVIDIA, right? You have some of these penny stocks moving. I mean, BBIG above 330. I mean, there's some trades, there's opportunity, but I haven't seen the opportunity that I want. Yeah, I'm sorry about that. Yep, I'll move that P&L. For show. So SBEV is currently halted. SBEV, this one had a press release this week. This one just screaming to the upside. Do we have any fresh news today? I know this was the one with Walmart, right? This was the Walmart news earlier this week. The tap out Walmart. Yep. Didn't do anything the first couple of days. Boom. Nice big break over 2 today. A lot of volume. But here's the thing. You're coming into a very strong level of resistance, right? So not only is it $3, but you have a prior bounce level, prior resistance on the daily, and what else? It's our 200-day moving average, guys. The 200 SMA. That's a level of resistance. So here on SBEV, yes, it looks interesting. Yes, it's tempting. But you got to be mindful of, you got some resistance coming on up. You have a good little level of resistance coming on up. If it breaks over 3, you have room to like 347. So we could have some great opportunity here over on SBEV. SBE to the V. How does a JPM short look? JPM? Well, here's the thing. Here's the thing. The stock has already gapped down from 170 and it just hit 157.50. I mean, that's already a big move to the downside. What we could see is maybe shorts that were in this. Okay, maybe there were shorts moving in, right? A lot of shorts piling in. Now shorts are going to cover, and you have longs looking to buy a dip. I wouldn't just jump into a short right off the bat without thinking, hey, is there already a lot of shorts in this, right? Was this a lot of short action piling into the stock? And if it was, and we start breaking back above some of these key levels, we could see shorts covering their positions. And why would we even see JPM breaking back above some of these key levels? Well, longs like buying dips, right? It's a huge gap down, 170 to 158. Let's buy the dip, right? Now, if you get enough dip buyers to move in, you start breaking back above some of these key levels. Now these shorts are underwater. They feel the pressure. Now they're covering their positions, which creates even more buy orders. Last thing I want you to do is get into a short when it's already down so much, all right? But here's the thing. You know, if we're looking at this for a short, I'd like to see it stay below that 200-day moving average intraday, right? And that 200 SMA is at 159.70. 159.70. We see it tried to break above. It failed. We're below the VWAP. We're below the points of control. And we're below the 200-day moving average. So if you want to short this stock, I would put your stops over high a day, okay? If you want, right? I don't really see like, oh my gosh, this is beautiful. I wouldn't say this is an A+ short, but I would say, hey, there is opportunity here, but your stops go over high a day right here. And what you're ideally looking for is this to get pulled down below low a day of 157.51. And you would look to cover this position, start to cover your position. First target 156.79, and then down towards around 156.36. And then you have a nice window down to 155.27, but I would have to put stops over the VWAP, over the points of control, and over the 200-day moving average. All three levels that could hold the stock down as resistance. You want to put your stop slightly above resistance and look for this to crack support to move lower into your next levels. But one thing that's, again, I'm not saying it's an A+ setup. I'm not going to personally short this. The last thing that I want to see is a double bottom here. We break that high. We get a lot of buyers to buy a red to green move, a break over the open, pushes on up. Now you got shorts underwater. Now you start to see them cover and it starts squeezing. And then before you know it, it's a better long than it is a short. So I would be patient, right? I would just be patient here and just wait to really be like, okay, this is a freaking short, right? Be like, oh my gosh, yeah, this is a short all day. I am super convicted. I am super convinced and I am confident. Right now, I'm like 50-50, right? I'm 50-50 right now, long or short. I still think you need to let this develop just a little bit more. So I know I gave you a lot of information there, right? But I like you to know what goes through my mind as a trader. Like if I were looking at JPM with that question, that's everything that I would have been doing in my head. And I want to say that out loud so you have an idea of what I look for and, you know, how I would look to trade it and the reasons why. So I hope that was the answer you wanted, boss. I hope that was the answer you wanted. I think RMTI will come back. Ah, my goodness. I mean, I don't know why it would. Right? Why would I buy this stock? Right? I got to always ask myself, okay, do I think it's going to come back? Well, first question is, why would I buy it? I can't see a reason. Why would anybody else buy it? Probably have the same mindset as me. They don't see a reason. So, I mean, is it possible? Of course, anything's possible. They could drop a press release in 2 seconds, be the best press release we've ever seen. This stock could go to 20 bucks. That's the market. Anything could happen. But looking at RMTI right now, asking myself, would I touch this? No. Right? Why would I buy it? I wouldn't. I don't see a reason. So now you got to think that's probably what 80% of other traders are thinking as well. So I personally wouldn't buy this, and I don't really see a reason right now as to why this would recover. You know, I don't really see a reason why. We got some AMD action today. AMDZ. We got some AMD action. Yeah, we got some nice action across the board. I'm still tradeless, guys. I'm still tradeless. I'm starting to see the arch, right? I'm starting to see the rainbow, right? The lack of momentum, the loss of momentum. You kind of starting to see how it's getting that little arch effect to it, right? Look at the SPY. Not really anything on the SPY there. The Qs, you can kind of see it's losing some momentum, right? It's definitely losing some momentum here on the Qs. NVIDIA doesn't really look as clear as the Qs as far as the loss of momentum. But AMD, you can definitely see that loss of momentum a little bit. So you're starting to kind of see that arch form, right? That rainbow. And that could cause the stock to fall on down. Just when you see big U shapes, right? What happens? You get those big U shapes, and then you get those buyers that come in to push it on up, right? You got these big arches. What happens? You got a lot of people taking profit, a lot of sellers starting to move on in. I don't know, man. I don't know. Right now, I'm seeing what Corey's seeing is the double top with divergence. I'm seeing the Qs looking like some divergence as well, getting that little bit of that rainbow, that arch. And we look at these individual stocks as well. We got divergence across the board on NVIDIA, losing momentum. We have no real clean divergence on Apple, but we can see visually the lack of momentum here. So right now, I wouldn't be chasing these to the long side. I'm not saying go short. I'm saying I personally wouldn't right now be chasing these to the long side. You have some bearish divergence. You're starting to see that arch, which is a little bit of a bearish signal as well. I would hate for you to chase this long and you see a big dump and you start to see the markets back down at lower days. You just got to be patient. That's it. Got to be patient, guys. I know it sucks being patient, but we have to just wait and just wait for the opportunity. All right, that's it. Just waiting for the opportunity. All right, where's the best setup? Where's the best trade? Right? We know that we don't have to trade today. We're not here to trade, right? We're here to, no, actually, we are here to trade. We're not here to make money. Well, I guess we are here to make money. Man, everything that's coming out of my mouth right now doesn't make any sense. You guys know what I'm getting at. We're not here to just make money, right? What are we here to do? We're here to be professional traders. We're here to take the best of the best setups, A+ setups with consistency, quality setups, not the amount of setups that we have. And we know that by doing so, the money will flow into our account. We are not here to just trade, right? We're here to be professionals. We're here to earn the bragging rights of great trader. And how do you earn the bragging rights of great trader? Well, it's sitting back, being patient, being disciplined, waiting for the best of the best opportunities, right? And if you don't see the best of the best opportunity, you don't touch it. You don't touch it. You just sit back. If you're not trading today, guess what? You're a great trader, right? The best of the best traders are okay with not trading certain days. They're okay with sitting on the sidelines. right? They know that they don't have to trade every day to be consistent. Some of the best traders trade the least. So we're not here to gamble. We're not here to make dumb trades. If you see your setup, but you have a question, please let me know. If you see something that you like, hey, I like this. Can you give me your thoughts? I would be more than happy to give you my unbiased thoughts and just give you the facts, right? I don't want to be here giving biased thoughts. I'm just going to look at the data. I'm going to look at the chart, and I'm just going to give you facts, okay? Right now, I am not seeing anything. I'm seeing the market possibly come back down a little bit. AMD looking like it's arching here a little bit with some divergence. The SPY, same thing. The Qs, same thing, all right? A little bit of a head and shoulders now here on the Qs, right? I like NVIDIA. I like NVIDIA. Here's what I'm going to do. On NVIDIA, if we crack this trend line and we don't break this downtrend here, and we fall below the POC, the point of control, I'm going to short NVIDIA. I see divergence. I see it rolling over. Again, nothing's perfect. I mean, this could go straight up. And if it goes straight up, I don't have a trade, do I? I do not. But if we crack this little trend line right here, right, and we keep this little arch effect, and we start to crack that POC, that point of control, and I can visually see sellers. I am looking to short this down towards around 266.86 and then 265.74. But I have not gotten any confirmation whatsoever to take any trades right now, right? I'm definitely not taking it long because I see divergence, right? It concerns me. Why am I going to take something long off of a double top with bearish divergence? I mean, it's just too risky, right? It's just too risky to me. So right now, I'm not touching anything until we get that proper confirmation. Steven. Oh, shoot. Yep, you're right, Steven. You're right. We're not here to smash car doors into walls. You're freaking right about that. Anybody that was on my live last night. Yeah. Yep, we are not here to smash car doors into walls. Wife. Pathetic. Absolutely pathetic. Trend line as well. I'm literally looking for some basic stuff here, guys. Basic stuff. Crack of the trend line with this divergence, I would consider shorting the SPY. Right? We have some trend lines across the board. Keeping it very simple. If we crack these trend lines, we crack the VWAP, we crack these POCs, right? Point of control. Like if we start losing some of these decent levels of support, I'm going short. I mean, it's just across the board. You can see the lack of momentum, right? You see that divergence right now. Things are still moving higher. But again, what could this be? This could be a false breakout, right? This could be trapping the longs, right? Market maker move, like, all right, let's go ahead and bring this over resistance. Let's bring in these longs, and then boop, let's drive it where we want to drive it. But again, we don't know what that is. We don't know if that's what's taking place. I have 0 trades on the day, guys. Again, 0 trades on the day. Right now, I don't see anything I like. Hey, can I ask you guys a serious question while we're just kind of sitting here scanning? Everybody on like TikTok, everybody inside of chat, and everybody here on YouTube. Can I just ask you like an honest, sincere question and get your honest feedback? Do you love me? Do you guys love me long time? Oh, man. LVS has got to break that prior high, guys. LVS right here. You see that high at 43.22, right? You're going to need to break that first, right? We're right at this level. So my question, no, I was joking about the love thing. My question is it just me, or is it weird that other like creators on TikTok, other people that teach, right? We know there's other people that teach and they're creators on TikTok. Do you think it's weird that they would be doing like a live stream like I am, but watching like my live stream while they're hosting a live stream and educate? Do you think that's odd? Like when I'm taking a deuce, I scroll on TikTok and every now and then I pop into a stream to say, hey, I hope you had a good day. Love the content, keep it up. right? Or 9 o'clock, if someone's streaming, hey, hope you had a good day, awesome work, I love your content, keep it up. I support, right? I'm in and out. But would it be weird if I were sitting here talking to you guys on YouTube and chat and on TikTok, but at the same time I had someone else's stream open listening to their stream? Is that weird? Like, is it just me overthinking stuff, or is that just not, is that not common? Is that odd? I say so. That's kind of odd. Well, but they want to learn too. Yeah, but here's the thing. They're out here hosting Discords. There's nothing wrong with Discords. Like the whole Discord thing, you guys know me. It's just it's a love-hate relationship. I like Discord, but I don't like what people do on it. But they have communities, right? They have communities. They teach, right? They say they're mentors and leaders. It's just confusing. Like, I don't know. Like, why are they listening to, and I got this a lot in the live stream yesterday, like, oh yeah, there's like 3 other people that I watch, and I've heard your stream in their stream before. I'm like, that's freaking weird. That's weird. Like, you're out here saying, I'm the best. Right? I'm not the best, but they're saying, like, I'm the best. We're the best. Everybody else sucks. Talking crap about everybody. You know, I'll teach you, join my Discord, you know, which is great and all. But why? I understand the whole why they're listening to my stream while they're streaming. It's weird. Or like, is it like repurposing content? I don't know. I don't know, guys. I just wanted to make sure I wasn't in my own head. It just seemed weird is all. Because I'm like, I don't do that. Should I? No, I'm never going to. But it was just odd. It's sketch, yeah. That's what I thought. It was sketch, but. And that's what I was thinking. I was like, you know what? Well, they like my content. I'm like, that's awesome, right? That's awesome. You love the content. You find value in what I do, so you're listening to it. But then I'm like, are you just repurposing what I say? I'm like, what's the point? You're listening to me, what I say, and then just saying, oh, blah, 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 and you're just repurposing it? It's like, where's the value in that to the people that are watching you? I don't know. Anyway, guys, again, as we were scanning through, it was a question I had because it was confusing to me. I'm like, it just seemed a little odd. Someone said, I saw that too and just went back to you. Copy and paste all facts. Well, but that's the things. Like, if you're just doing it like Kenneth, right? Like Kenneth, Connor. They don't do a Discord, they don't do a group. Like, and you're listening to my stream, right? Like, you're streaming, talking, but you also have other streams open. Like, I get that, right? Because you can repurpose that valuable information that maybe you hear from me or maybe you hear from Ashton, and you don't run. But when you sit there and say like, hey, it just concerns me is all. Is like, is there a lot of people out there like repurposing content and charging people for it? And that's just what I'm looking at. I'm not looking at like why they do it, but I'm like, are you taking someone else's content and repurposing it, but like charging people for it? I'm like, that's not fair. That's not cool. Right? That's just got the scam word written all over it. And I'm like, if that's really going on, I'm like, I don't know. You know me, I'm a problem solver. I like fixing problems. And that would seem like a big problem to me. Like a really big problem. That just seems like a problem. And I'm a problem solver. I try and fix stuff. And I'm like, how do I find a solution to that to make sure that like good creators like Ashton, right? Not just looking at me, but like Ashton, James Mason, to make sure that their content's not being repurposed and people are like charging other people for it. That's not fair to Ashton. That's not fair to Kenneth. That's not fair to the people that are paying because it's not real. It's not honest. It's all fake. And I'm just like, that's just sad. I don't know. You know me, guys. Right now, we're still just kind of scanning through. We don't have any trades. Trust me, I haven't taken my focus off the market. My focus is still on the market, guys. Trust me. My focus has not come off these stocks. I'm still looking. I'm just talking as I look. That's all I'm doing. Talking as I look. And right now, we're just looking to see some good setups. Some good reversals here. I think we're going to start seeing some reversals, guys. I do think we're going to start seeing some reversals. So we're just watching. I started trading when I was 22, 21, 22. Started really dabbling with it a little bit, like 2014-ish. Never really took it serious until like 2016, but I was dabbling with it a little bit. So I was like 21, 22. 305 support. Here's SBEV head and shoulders, guys. I was seeing a little bit of that head and shoulder starting to curl, right? You saw that left shoulder. You saw the head. You were kind of starting to see that right shoulder. I was like, I'm not even going to talk about it because I think it's going to dump on down. You know, right now, that support is right at that 3, right? 301. But here's the thing. I don't like it. I really don't like it. It's a tough one, man. It's a tough one. I'm 50-50. It looks like we could possibly put in a lower high and crack VWAP and crack that $3 support and move lower. But here's the thing. If we break over the high, you could see a quick spike to 350. It's a little too risky for me, right? You're at 320. You have room to 347, but support's at 3, right? Your risk reward's a 1-to-1. It's not the best setup. You're risking 20 cents, 25 cents to make 20, 25 cents. And right now I see that potential lower high forming, right? A little bit of that lower high. I don't know. I'd have to wait. Personally, I'd have to wait and be patient. If you were in at 305, perfect. You can run a break-even stop if you were in right around 3 to 305. But would I buy it right here at high a day when it's a 1-to-1 risk reward? I wouldn't. I couldn't personally, just because it's not a 2-to-1. But if you are in, yeah, absolutely, you're looking good. And a break over high a day, you have room to that 347, and that's where you should be locking in profits. SBEV, be careful. It's being promoted. Yeah, definitely. Be careful on this. I'm not really liking the price action on it. Again, it had news back on Tuesday, and it's just now getting that rip and running action to it. It's not like there's fresh news today, just out of the gate. This is the one that just started to grab some action over $2, hit some scanners, and people started buying into it. Again, I'm not a fan of buying at high a day. If you were in at support, fantastic. If you were not in, I couldn't advise you to buy it. I think it's not a good idea. All right, let's get some retesting action here. NVIDIA, cracking the trend line. Let's get some retesting action, and then we're going short, guys. I mean, I am anyway. Okay, so again, I'm not taking a short here. I want to see it push back up. NVIDIA 270-ish, right around 270. Retest that 9 EMA, retest that prior little peak here. And I'd like to see it roll on over on NVIDIA. So I'd look to enter a short around 270 if we get rejected. Same thing with the Qs. We saw that divergence coming in. We're not chasing it. Now we got that big pullback. We're looking for what? Just a retest, right? We had that uptrend. Now we want to see the uptrend hold the stock down as resistance, okay? Maybe we get a little bit of a two-legged pullback as well. So we are watching the Qs here. For that, we're watching NVIDIA for the same thing, a little bit of a two-legged pullback. And you could do the same thing here on the SPY. Maybe a little bit of this two-legged pullback into that prior high right there. And that trend line, right? The trend line that we held as support may be turning into resistance. Again, right now I'm seeing a lot of inconsistency, I guess. The only one that I see right now that I like is NVIDIA. Assuming NVIDIA stays below that 270 level, guys. Still not in. I have no positions right now. Not in yet on NVIDIA, but again, I'm really considering it depending on what we do on this candle here. I feel the same way, Catherine. I'm feeling the same way. That's why I'm watching it. I'm watching to see how the SPY reacts here. And I'm watching to see how the Qs react here. If we get a negative reaction on both the SPY and the Qs, I think we start to see NVIDIA get pulled down as well. But if we see the Qs and the SPY just completely move back up, we do not want to go short on NVIDIA. We would not want to short this stock. But let's see if we get that a negative reaction here on Qs. We're right at that 270 on NVIDIA. I may start a position here. Not yet, not in. Waiting. Okay, I'm gonna keep it tight. Okay, so right now, looking at NVIDIA right here at that 270 level, 270-ish. Looking to see what's going to happen here on NVIDIA. Are we going to stay below? We got to close and break above. Market's a little erratic right now, guys. Market is really just not respecting some levels. It's pretty inconsistent in my opinion. All right, we can really see that inconsistency, guys. All right, but I grabbed a quick short on NVIDIA there. I might be in just a smidge too early, about 10 seconds too early, but I'm seeing that selling pressure. After it tried to break, I saw the selling pressure. I had to jump into the short. I'm in at 270.05. I'm in at 270.05. I saw that that selling pressure as it tried pushing above, right back below that 270 level. I'm in at 270.05 to the short side. We break that prior high from that red candle, I have to get out. Just because it can definitely rip up to 272, and I'm not going to hold a short to 272. Absolutely nuts. Absolutely not. We're not seeing that price action and that move we want to see. It's very challenging today, just with reading the price action to level 2 and what these stocks are doing. So you get a close above that level of resistance, and then boom, it gets slammed right back down. It's a little 50-50. It's pretty funky. Definitely reducing my size and giving these some more breathing room. But I'm still in that short. I haven't got out yet. I'm slightly in the green here. Nothing too crazy. I'm still holding here. Looking to have this come back down to around 269-ish, 269. Right now, I'm going to put my stops right over break even here. I'm going to put my stops right over break even. My break even is 270.16. So I'm going to go like 270.25 on the stop. I'm going to try and be very patient here with NVIDIA and see if we can catch this whole move to the downside. And that was patience, all right. Woof. Man, very patient there. Waiting, and finally just scaling a little bit. We up about 15 cents a share, but let's see how long we can stay up 15 cents a share. 50 cents a share. Let's see if we can actually hold this. Again, I'll risk a good 10, 20 cents at most. It's like 30 to 60 bucks. But I'm looking for a big move. $1, $2 move to the downside. I think we could see it down towards around VWAP, and then below VWAP 267. So we're talking that's three points to the downside possibly. That would be a nice way to end the week. I'm honed in on this level 2, guys. I'm just watching the level 2 here. Watching the volume, trying to get an idea of, price action. Trying to be very patient here, very patient here. Trying to take a step back, make sure I don't have analysis paralysis or anything. Right? Always just trying to look at everything. Price action, how the candles are closing, the volume, right? Last thing I want to do is be so fixated on the fact that I'm in a trade and have what we call analysis paralysis and completely miss something altogether. So, yeah, I'm out for now. I'm out for now on NVIDIA. It's not really giving me that move that I expect to see when I expect to see it. I went ahead and got out, guys. Not really seeing what I wanted to see. I'm down $100 on that trade. Okay, so like I said, stops are going to be slightly above my break even, right? Not really confident in the move, not confident in the price action, not confident in the way that things were developing on this particular trade. So with that being said, I went ahead and got out of that one, guys. Regards to what happens next, it's not worth me holding it to 272 and losing $600. Makes no sense. Take a small paper cut and move on. The market to me right now on, some of these stocks, looking at like the SPY, the Q, it seems very algo driven. I don't know about you guys, but me, price action and the way things are moving, it seems very algo driven right now. You want to get into BBIG if it closes above VWAP. You had your prior high, 347 BBIG, broke above. You just pulled back to 347. Old resistance, potentially new support there. You also can see that it was a level of resistance yesterday and support right around that 347 to 350. So not only intraday high that we're retesting as support, but also yesterday's resistance, yesterday's support as well. Not a bad little level of support here on BBIG. It was good looking. I scaling in, taking advantage of it, but it's just, it's not really moving the way I expect it to move. And now it's starting to drop here a little bit, but the last thing I wanted to do is see this rebound up to 272 and not cut it, right? And just not cut it. And then watch it go to 273 and I'm like, man, did I just do that? Did I just lose $1,000? Or, okay, I'm not liking it. Let me just cut it. Let me just get out, $100. And if it sets back up, I can jump back in. If not, it's only $100, not $1,000. I'm not really digging it, not liking it, not confident, losing the confidence. We're still good. We're all set, ready to rock and roll. Not a paper cut when you sell. That's what a paper cut is. So when you take a small loss, right? So my loss coming into the trade, I was going to risk $300-400. But I also said that I do not want to lose that much if I don't have to. So I'm really trying to focus on, right, the overall just the price action and the movement and how things are closing and the volume and really just not having that analysis paralysis, but just observing and identifying, is this still a good trade? Is this what we want to see? Is this what we expect to see? So yeah, when you cut it like that and you only lose $100, it's just a small paper cut, right? It's not like it was $1,000 loss, $3,000 loss. It's not like I took a full 3% risk of my account and lost $3,000, right? $100, small paper cut, easy to recover from that in the next trade. There goes SBEV, false break. A little bit of that false break over 330, and now it's starting to crack on down here a little bit. REVB, there's been no love with this today. NXTV, same thing. BBIG doesn't look all that bad, guys. I'm not going to lie. BBIG doesn't really look all that bad at all. Not too shabby. So I'm watching BBIG above this 347 level. I'm definitely going to be watching BBIG here. Just curious. I'm not in, but I would consider an entry if we hold and it looks good off this level here. But so far, not yet. Not in yet. So again, I'm just looking, but I only had one trade on the day. I even have my Fidelity account open today. The smaller Fidelity account that I'm going to be using a little bit with you guys. Taking a lot less size, a little bit of a different approach instead of, my main scalping account, a little bit different of an approach on this account, but to also test Fidelity to see if they are good for day trading. I know a lot of you guys use Fidelity and you say it's great. The one thing that's thrown me off so far is if I place a trade via market order, I expect to get filled, right? So last week I took a trade. It was like 30 shares just to test the platform, 30 shares, market order. I clicked buy and it took 10 seconds. It took 10 seconds for it to show that I was even in the trade, which kind of threw me off. I want to see okay, you're in the trade, but it took 10 seconds. I'm like, is there a setting that I'm missing? Is there a reason why it took 10 seconds for me to get filled on a market order on 30 shares? It wasn't a big order, wasn't a big position, right? There's a lot of liquidity on the stock. Should have been very easy to get into that stock. 30 shares, 10 seconds. Am I missing a setting? SDC's moving on up today, guys. I just saw SDC. What's up here? Short squeeze SDC. What do we got here? Small Direct Club, option alert, April 14th, $3 call sweep. Small Direct Club shares moving. Partners with Jonathan Van Ness to launch new Confidence Council, highlighting the transformational power of a smile. Okay. So again, this is a hype stock. We have news. It's also a hype stock. This is one of those short squeeze candidates, SDC. And when the stock moves, it can move due to the hype. Do you have the orders window open? I'll show you exactly what I have, boss. I'll show you exactly what I have right here. That's it. All right, so I can like right click this and go buy, and I can just type in an order real quick. All right, if you guys want to steal my stuff, I mean, I don't care. Go ahead, take my account number. Here's my password. You want to steal my money? Go for it. No, I'm kidding. Again, you can't really do a lot with an account number, can you? But no, this is what I have pulled up, man. Here, let me move my account number real quick. Let me just go all accounts. Yeah, I'm going to remove that. So this is what I have open. I have a chart, so I can right click, and it brings me up in an order preview, right? Positions, I don't know. Second tab on the top. Second tab on the top. Orders. Okay. So I would type in, let's say it's SDC. Enter. Oh, is that what you mean? Like, look at this? Like, look at this area, orders, to see when I get filled? Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay, so check orders because maybe it takes 10 seconds to show. Maybe it takes 10 seconds to show in my positions list. But in orders, you'll actually see that the order was complete. Ah, ha, 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 ha. All right, boss. All right, cool. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to add the orders tab over here. So I'm going to go orders, that. And I'm just going to take this and make it really small, just so I can see. We're going to stick you right over here. Like I said, I just put some cash in here to test it because you guys said it's good. I'm like, you know, let me fund it and see. Right, I'm just curious. So here we go. We got this little layout here. We're all set, ready to rock. And then I want to save this layout. Save. Thank yous. You're the boss. You the man. Appreciate you. So again, penny stocks right now, very, very dead and slow. We're just kind of sitting here looking at SDC to see if SDC has any action towards it. Not really. AMD. You know, a lot of these larger cap stocks seem very choppy. I mean, it's not that they seem choppy. I mean, look, they are choppy. They are. Friday, 10:30. Holiday on Monday. We may not have any good opportunity today, guys. And that's okay. We may not have good trades and good setups. You know, I only took one on NVIDIA. It looked good. I didn't like it, so I went ahead and just got out. But right now, I'm not seeing anything else, guys. You guys see anything you want me to review real quick? I'm not seeing anything that really is enticing me right now at this point in time. Anything that I really just want to get involved with. I don't see that. GFAI, absolutely. You're coming right into resistance, boss man. You see that? That 50 SMA right there? Prior support, right? And then 50 SMA resistance right around this 149, 150. You got a little bit of resistance there. Breaking over that. Okay, if we get over 150 here, that 50 SMA, some of that prior resistance as well. I would say that we could see this at 185 next. It's a decent little level. right around 185. Not a bad little window of opportunity there on GFAI. Throw a trend line on it as well, right? Let's see if we have a validated uptrend. A little bit of teeny weeny uptrend, but let's see if this is that's a validated uptrend here on GFAI. This one might be a little bit better because it connects since the open. We got that uptrend here since the open, trend, right? So we got a little trend line. You got VWAP down here at 133. VWAP next to the point of control, the POC. Right, the POC. All right, cool. It's breaking out. So let's look for a breakout retest. Right, breakout retest. Just like when a stock cracks support and we look for the retest to go short, we just broke resistance. So let's look for a breakout retest on GFAI. So we want to see this come back down and retest 148. 147 to 148 is where we want to say, oh my gosh, it's just taken on off. $185 next on GFAI. I mean, this stock was doing nothing in pre-market. That's why I wasn't even watching it, or I wasn't even looking at it. It had like no volume. It was like, what? Like, what's going on? Like nothing. But here's what I notice. Here's what I notice on the stock. 7 o'clock, press release. 7:30, reiterating the press release. 9:30, dropping the press release again. The same one for the third time. They want the stock to be moved, right? It's like, all right, it's not moving at 7, drop it. 8 o'clock, right? Nothing happened, drop it. 9:30, come on. Let's keep dropping the same press release over and over and over. Because again, in pre-market, I was not even looking at this because it was doing absolutely nothing. But hey, here out of the gate, not too shabby. Breakout retest. Let's see if we got a nice little breakout retest here, guys, on GFAI. I'd like to see it back down at 147 to 150. All right, so this is the one that we are watching right now, GFAI. Still kind of looking at the SPY off to the side, looking at the Qs, right? The Qs. Seeing if we get any kind of consistency here. We would just crack this trend line on the Qs. We're cracking this trend on the SPY. We have not cracked the trend line on NVIDIA yet. But we did on the SPY and we did on the Qs. If NVIDIA cracks this trend line right around 270-ish, actually at like 269.60, 270, I would be trying to give this one more go for a short. And then also watching GFAI for the breakout retest 147 to 150 ideally, right, for that retest. Now it could move slightly lower, but that was the breakout level, right? That was our breakout of the 50 SMA. But we could see it at 140, right? We could see it at 140. There we go. All right, cool. Right on. I'll take it. I just grabbed a quick little scalp on NVIDIA to get back on break even on the day. That's all I wanted. That's all I wanted. Right? I saw it. It cracked the trend line. I jumped in real quick. It popped down like 50 cents. I took it. I took it. I was like, I just got break even. I was like, that's all I wanted was break even. I'm not looking for a big home run trade. I just want to go break even because I don't like the market. So I'll take it. Cool. We're break even on Friday. That's better than being red. So I got a whopping 28 bucks. It covers my commissions and fees. All right, we're good. Right now, I'm looking at GFAI. Just trying to see if GFA's got any action to it. Crowd is dumping. So I noticed the SPY here. So I was noticing that the SPY was cracking this trend line below the 90 EMA, looking bearish. That's why I was looking at NVIDIA short. I also noticed the Qs below the 90 EMA, below the POC, cracking the trend line, right? NVIDIA lagged there just a little bit. NVIDIA was a lagger, but I started to notice the Q and the SPYs doing that. And right when I saw the bid hit the trend line and below, I jumped in real quick to a short. So we did just see the crack of this trend line. Massive divergence still. We have divergence across the board. Cracking the trend line from bullish to bearish with this divergence. Looking like we could possibly starting to see this nicer, more consistent move to the downside here on the SPY and the Qs. We're starting to see it move down here a little bit on NVIDIA as well, right? We had flat top resistance, big double top with massive bearish divergence, cracking the trend line. We're below the 90 EMA. We're below the POC, the point of control. We are definitely on the bearish side now. As far as trying to take this long or look for calls, I'd only be looking for puts right now. So on NVIDIA, the SPY, the Qs, based on the technicals that we just reviewed and those reasonings, I would not be looking for dips personally or looking for reversals. I'd be looking for short entries. Okay, that's what I'd be looking for now at this point in time, unless something changes, is short entries. So here's what I noticed on Ford yesterday. Ford yesterday, looking like it was going to double top, but it actually broke to 25.87. But what did it do? It gave a lot back. Gave a lot back yesterday just to end the day. That's a lot of selling pressure. Gap down, it's trying to move on up with the overall market. But right now, I mean, we're right at 25 resistance with a lot of selling pressure yesterday. I don't know. I'm thinking more to the downside on Ford, guys. We got divergence on Ford as well, a little bit. Not really. Scratch that. Scratch that. Not really. But, you know, I'm curious to see what Ford does. And here's the thing, though. I don't think Ford's going to really correlate with the overall market. Why? What did the Qs and the SPY do yesterday? Nasty red day. Blah! Nasty red day. Ford closed green. Ford had a good day, right? It's green day. Yes, there was a lot of selling pressure into the day, but it didn't follow the market to a T, right? There wasn't that correlation. Ford was kind of just out there doing its own thing. So just because the market is now looking bearish, looking like we're going to pull back and come down, doesn't mean Ford is today. Ford can do its own thing. So let's just look at Ford being Ford, right? We know we have $25 resistance, right? We know we have $25 resistance here on Ford. We just put in a double top here on Ford right at resistance after yesterday seeing a lot of selling pressure to push this from 25.87 all the way back down to 25 bucks. So with that being said, gap down, it's pushing up a little bit into that resistance. We already know we have a lot of selling pressure over 25. I do think we could see this move just a little bit lower today. And I would say Ford has room back down to low a day at least. At least back down the low a day. And that's going to put you right around, I'm going to say 24.38-ish. 24.38 on Ford is where you see the next best bounce. But I'm looking to see where I can get in for a possible short here on Ford. Again, I'm only looking short. That's all I'm doing right now on the Qs and the SPY. I'm only looking for the shorts. I'm just looking to see where the best area to get involved is. Right, that's all I'm doing. What's the best price to get short on the Qs? Where's the best area to get short here on the SPY? Right, to avoid taking a lot of heat, right? To avoid taking a lot of heat and to stay away from that choppiness. GFI is a tough one. I mean, coming into it a little bit late, 10:15, right? Not really focusing on the stock at all up until right around this 10:15. Since then, it's been a challenge to try and get an entry here on GFAI. It really has been. You know, it's unfortunate because a good entry would have been back down here at 133. You know, in hindsight, when it broke over and came back and retested, I can see that was a great entry here. But right here, I don't see any entries as it's broke over 147. I do not see any entries at all. I slept on it too, Angel. You know, I slept on it too. I looked at it. All right, I was like, okay, AI plans to expand robotics as a service to China's Greater Bay Area. I'm like, okay, not bad. You know, not a terrible press release. I'm like, it's a low float stock, but it just doesn't have volume. And then I just looked at market conditions. I'm like, man, we've had stocks with good news and stocks that are moving. I don't know. I couldn't find the reason. You know, besides the news. The news was good, but we had no volume, and the stock wasn't doing anything. Right, just wasn't doing anything at all. It was just fading, and then pow, right out of the gate. So it was just the one stock that traders resorted to. It was the stock that traders rushed to, and this was the stock that they just happened to pick. But I was definitely sleeping on it as well. All right, they had the news, but they didn't have the volume in pre-market. And this news was dropped at 7 o'clock. That's the thing. 7 o'clock is when we started to see it creep up a little bit to around 120. Right? They dropped the press release again at 7:30. No reaction. Right? No reaction. And then boom, 9:30, they drop it again right when the market opens. That's when it gets the action. So to me, it seems a little desperation. This company's desperate to get the stock moving. They literally dropped the same press release 4 times. 1, 2, 3, 4. I see 4 different press releases at 4 different times for the same source. That means they were dropping the same press release over and over and over. Like rad, that volume moved in right out of the gate. You know, you already had a couple million shares, you know, in the first 5 minutes, but that volume was nowhere to be found in pre-market. Nowhere to be found in pre-market. BBIG possible downtrend break. It could be. Wade, it could be. Absolutely. Right? You have point number 1, pull back. Point number 2, pull back into a level of support. You know, you came down to this 333. I mean, you're darn close to low a day in that 330. So yeah, we see a rejection here, Wade. We want to see it get rejected on point number 3. Come back down no lower than 333. Okay, double bottom or a higher low. Then we want to see the break of that downtrend. That's where we're going to start to see some more volume move in. So I like it. Possible downtrend break opportunity, team, here on BBIG. Looking at the NVIDIA short. Come on, pull down, drop that 50. 279.50, crack it. You want it. 2-legged pullback rejection, you want it. Crack, there we go. Crack a little bit more for me. Crack a little bit more. We want to see it 265. You are up and down, aren't you? You're one funky little stock today. I don't like your price action. So still holding that NVIDIA short. Looking to see if we can get that nice big drop here, continuation after it cracked the VWAP and the 9 EMA, a little bit of that 2-legged pullback. 9 EMA crossing the VWAP to the downside. You know, that's like one of my go-to shorts, guys. There we go. There we go. Keep coming, baby. Let's take that profit. I'll take a small $100. I get so excited over $100. Oh, man. I get excited over $100 on Friday. That's the only time I get excited over $100 is on Fridays. Yeah, GFAI has been a challenging one to try and catch after we saw it at that 10.15. I mean, it's been pulling back to that 9 EMA, but the 9 EMA alone is not enough. The 9 EMA alone is not enough, in my opinion, to get involved on a stock. The only time that the 9 EMA is enough to get involved in a stock is when we are in what we call supernova season. When we see stocks breaking out left and right. We see stocks with just so much momentum, and they are consistently pushing to the upside 100, 200, 300%. Not a lot of chop, but consistency. We call that supernova season. Big time runners, consistent movers. That's when we trade the 9 EMA on the pullbacks. When we have healthy market conditions. I'm sorry. I don't know about you guys, but market conditions for pennies haven't really been consistent. So I'm not going to base a trade solely off one indicator, especially with these hit or miss market conditions. That's tough for me to do that. Hey, check it. Thanks for the LVS and WYNN tip. Made 30% on each. What was the tip? What was the tip? That's from a psychological standpoint. If you were in this, what would you do? You would probably take some profits, correct? You would definitely think about locking in some profits. I mean, out of the gate, quick little drop. LVS, I think, dropped a little bit more here, but yeah, just a little bit. It wasn't a crazy big move. We're actually seeing it hold on up, right? From open to where we are, we're actually seeing it green, right? It actually didn't drop as much as I thought, but it's also not ripping. Again, with that profit taking, out of the gate, down about $2. Not bad. My TD is very slow right now. Very slow. SDC, since it hit 255, it hasn't really done too much. Pulling back towards around 225. Possibly trying to form a double bottom here. So watch SDC for the possible double bottom. Breaking back above the VWAP and the point of control. Off this double bottom. Pop, pop. We could see this back at 255. I'm watching SDC here. I watch SDC here. No one told me that you have to sign a penny stock agreement on Fidelity. No one told me that you have to sign a penny stock agreement on Fidelity to trade a penny stock. That's hilarious. Okay. No penny stocks for me. I wouldn't, I mean, this one, slight bull flag. I'd say the first one, you could look at that as a very quick bearish flag. Not a pennant, but a flag. This one here, not really. Not really. I see one. I see one after the breakout, right? Down to that 9 EMA. I can see a little bit of that flag. I mean, we all know GFAI is running, guys. It's running. But what kind of mentor and leader would I be to say buy, 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 buy? Well, I mean, for what reason? For what reason? Are you just going to jump in because it's moving up? That's when you get burned. It may work once. It may work twice. But eventually, you're going to get destroyed by just buying a stock because it's moving on up. We don't just buy stocks because they're moving up. We have to have opportunities, setups, patterns, formations, right? Something that we know works more times than it doesn't work. We can't just buy a stock because it's moving up. And I'm sorry, but these market conditions, we cannot buy a stock based on one indicator, right? The 9 EMA, when there's a lot of momentum in the market, right? Consistent momentum across the board, and we have that, those seasons for penny stocks, absolutely. We can do the 9 EMA pullback off momentum. But I'm sorry, I look at GFAI in hindsight, the trade was 147 to 150, right? I don't know if anybody got it, but I was looking for the pullback to 147 to 150. It pulled back to 153. That was your trade at 1020, not 1040, 1020 was the break, the pullback, retest. Now, did it pull back and retest to the penny? It did not, but it was within 6 cents. Some traders will get in. They'll say, you know what? I give myself a 10-cent window, right? I see the pullback to 147, but I'll start buying at 157. Instead of trying to nail it to the penny, I'm going to put some orders at 147, 150, 153, 157. I'm going to ladder, right? Like a ladder. I'm going to ladder in, right? Those orders, right? And if I get filled on all of them, great. If I only get filled on 2, at least I get filled. So you can do that as well. You can go in and just separate some orders in. It was a breakout, pullback, retest that we were looking for. You could have been waiting for the penny, right? Or you could go through and actually stack some orders in there and give yourself a 10-cent window. But, you know, again, right now in hindsight, after that, I don't see a reason to touch it. I'm sorry. I do not see a reason to touch it at all. Since it broke that level of resistance, since it pulled back, I can't see another reason to get in. You see the 9 EMA holding on up? That's awesome. But there's not enough credibility in this penny stock market for me to jump in just because of a 9 EMA. I can't do it. And I wouldn't recommend it. Because the second I recommend something risky like that is the second a stock goes from $2 to $1 and you're complaining and you're yelling at me because I led you in the wrong direction, right? But at the same time, I say, hey, I don't recommend buying it. And the stock goes to $5. You're like, what a douche. Why didn't you tell me to buy it, right? I'm never right. Never right. Don't buy it. It's risky. And it goes to $100. Damn you, Josh. You suck. All right. Okay, buy it. And it goes down to a penny. Ah, you suck. All I can do is speak facts. We need 2 to 3 separate reasons to take a trade, right? We need multiple separate reasons to take a trade, okay? We do not buy stocks because they're moving up. We just don't buy a stock because it's moving up. The stock has moved more on a stock like this, 20 cents without pulling back. You do not want to get involved, okay? Wade says, just sell it if I was in, and then, yeah, just sell the stock, and then I'll jump in. So right now, I like 185, okay? The stock just broke 185 resistance, and it hit 216, okay? It just moved, what is that, 30 cents to the upside, right? The stock is now up 30 cents without pulling back. 185 is an entry, right? 185 would be a really nice entry on GFAI. You'd be looking for the stock to pull back into that prior hiccup level and possibly bounce 5 to 10 cents, right? So we're looking for 185. Or you can say, you know what? I'm going to buy off the 9 EMA, but I cannot advise that because there's only one reason that you'd be a buyer, is off the 9 EMA. The market's not consistent enough for me to be a buyer just solely off that 9 EMA. We was in at 143. That's a great entry. That's a really good entry. Got out at 162. Green is green, dude. Green is good. That's 10%. That's 10%. That's a good profit. That's good. Right now, 185. You could get a dip buy at 185. Maybe take it for about 5-10 cents to the upside. But it came down quick to that 185. You want to see it bounce. If it doesn't start bouncing, you see like 183, 182. Get out, right? It could keep dumping. You want to see it get slammed down to your level of support, and you want to see it bounce immediately, right? If you start seeing like 182, 183, I would be a little cautious, and I would start just getting out of that. Last thing you want to do is hold this for another 10-cent drop. If it's going to bounce, it should bounce 5 to 10 cents. It should bounce 5 to 10 cents off that hiccup level if it's going to bounce, okay? But you got to keep your stop like that freaking tight, like that tight, right? You see how small that is? Like that small, okay? Like that. BBIG. So it wasn't a perfect boom, boom, bang. Wasn't a perfect downtrend break. However, it did come back down to the 330. You had two opportunities. You had one at 330 out of the gate, which is risky, right? That's a riskier one. That's a challenging one to get in right out of the open. But it gave you another opportunity right there at 333. So maybe that's our lesson today, guys. Maybe that's our lesson for you guys, is identifying support, identifying buy levels, but not just looking to get in at the penny, right? But separating your orders into multiple orders and creating a nice little range of where you would like to get filled. For example, you want to get in at 330, but what if it comes down to 336, right? You still want to get in. So maybe you go 336, 334, 332, and 330. You say you want 1,000 shares of that position. Well, you put in 4 orders at 250 each. 250 shares at 330, 250 shares at 332, 334, 336. If it comes all the way down to 330, guess what? You got 1,000 shares at a 333 cost basis. Pretty damn good. But if it only comes down to 334, right, and not 330, at least you have something on the table. At least you have a position. So what you can do is, this is where I want to buy, and give yourself 5 cents, 10 cents, and say, I want to buy 1,000 shares at this price, but I want to have about a 10-cent window, and I'm going to place my orders through that 10-cent window, and I'm going to scatter them and separate them in that window. Just in case it doesn't come all the way down to the penny, at least I'm still getting filled. That could have been something you did here on BBIG, as we knew we have 330 support, right? 330 support. You could have said, okay, I'm going to put an order 330, 332, 334, 336, and 338, right? I'm going to scatter them through that level there, okay? Same thing with GFAI, okay? Same thing with GFAI. Could have done that on that pullback. Yeah, I use scans. I do use scans, formerly known as equity feed. Right now, GFAI is live. You know, right now it's not super quick, super fast to the downside to trigger any kind of halts. Yeah, I'm the same way, Corey. I had that one red trade, and then back in the green slightly. Not really enjoying the market. Market doesn't seem to be really rewarding today. I mean, don't get me wrong, GFAI is ripping, and there were a couple opportunities that were noticed in hindsight, right? But since the break over 147 and that first pullback, I have not identified an opportunity even in hindsight. So the way I look at it is, it would have been very risky to be buying this stock, right, after it had pulled back to that 153 and started ripping on up. If you're buying at 180, 190, I mean, that's just risky in my opinion. It's already moved up 30, 40 cents without pulling back in a market that's 50-50, right? SBEV, nothing there. BBIG, my goodness. BBIG broke that downtrend and said, see ya! Hey, wait, it's okay, buddy. It's okay, right? I miss a lot of trades all the time. I miss entries quite a bit, and sometimes it can be frustrating, but here's what you have to do here, okay? Be proud of yourself that you even saw the setup, that you even saw the entry, you saw the setup, you had a plan, you were going to get involved. If you would have, that would have been a phenomenal trade. So give yourself props. Be proud that you identified a setup, that you were prepared, you were planned. Yes, you had a call, you missed your entry. right? It can be frustrating, but be happy that you're on point in the first place, okay? And that you see things and that you realize these setups. You see these setups, right? You can become confident in these setups and they're working and you can still learn from this. So as you have more time, as your time frees up, as you spend more time in the market, you're not going to miss these setups. But right now, you're building confidence, right? I'm very confident in you. You called it, you alerted it, you saw it, beautiful stuff, right? That builds your confidence for the next time and the time after that and the time after that. So good job, Wade. Never be frustrated of missing a setup. I tell you what, I miss so many setups, guys. So many setups. You see it too, right? I see a comment. I answer a question. So many distractions. I miss like 50 to 60% of my setups. But when I look back, I'm like, man, I was on point with that. That was a good one. Yeah, I missed it. But hey, I'm feeling confident that I'm reading the charts correctly, that I'm analyzing things the right way, right? Builds that confidence up a little bit. So ECOR hasn't moved today. ECOR is just like being duty right now. So I would say no, Angel. Normally those mid-candle breakouts are happening the first 30 minutes of the day, right? We're already about an hour and a half into the market. Right now we have literally no volume. I'm not confident for the mid-candle breakout today. Maybe on Tuesday, we see a little bit of a mid-candle breakout, all right? So I'm not really seeing what we need to see for it today, okay? But I've seen mid-candle breakouts where the mid-candles, you can have two, right? You got yesterday's, you got today's. We could potentially still see that mid-candle come Tuesday. Exactly. Another one will come. You were patient. You identified an opportunity. You missed it. You know what? You're confident because you were patient. You identified it and you were correct. Now you do the same thing over. You rinse and repeat, rinse and repeat, rinse and repeat. Same process. Simplify it. Become patient and disciplined. Build your confidence. There are going to be more opportunities in the markets that you will not miss, and you will be successful. So good job on that. That was good. Looks like Jared said you hooked me up on the setup for BBIG. Wait, coming in clutch. Coming in clutch. I mean, there's a couple ones. Out of the gate 330, back down here at 330, or a break in the downtrend. There was 3 different opportunities today here on BBIG, and she's going to 406, it looks like. The sky's the limit. Question, how much can you average per day? There is no limit on how much money you can make in the stock market. So you can make $100 a day on average. You can make $1,000. You can make $10,000. I know people that are averaging freaking $50,000 a day in the market. Mad ass, right? He's averaging probably 50 grand a day in the stock market. Like it's insane, right? He comes in and he's just Jesus. I've seen like $500,000 days. It's nuts. I mean, there is no limit on how much you can make in the market. But when you want to make more money, what happens? You take on more risk. Right? In order to make more money in the market, you have to take on more risk. So do we have any questions? It's 11 o'clock, guys, on a Friday. GFAI, I was straight sleeping on it today, right? And I think I put a lot of emphasis, which we did, on the fact that a lot of these stocks with news this week have not done anything, that we should focus on, you know, these larger cap stocks for options and just kind of sit back, relax, and wait to see where that volume goes, where that momentum goes. Looking at the high of the day momentum scanner, looking at the breakout scanner. But I think we just got pulled into the SPY. We got pulled into the Qs. We were pulled into NVIDIA, looking at AMD and some of these larger cap stocks. And before you know it, boom, we're 30 minutes into the day, and then we see GFAI exploding. Only one entry after we looked at it at 10:15, and that was the break over 147 to 150, or the break with the pullback. So you had two different opportunities, and that was down around 150, ran up to 216. I didn't touch it, but I think a couple of you guys said that you did. But we had BBIG as well. So, hey, GFAI, not a bad mover, but BBIG, not a bad mover either. So you could be the trader to be like, man, I'm so mad I missed GFAI. Let me chase it. You could have chased it. You would have made some money. Or maybe you chased it at 216 and lost a lot of money. Okay? Right? You had this big opportunity here. Okay? If you missed the opportunity, please don't chase it. Because you could have been the person buying at 210, and now you're over here like, why did I buy at 210? I'm down 40 cents a share. I bought 10,000 shares. I'm down $4,000 because I chased the stock, because I let my emotions take control. Or you can say, you know what? I'm proud of the people that took this. I'm happy for the people making profit. What a nice move. What a great move in the market, right? This is awesome that we're seeing some action in the market on Friday. That's cool. That's awesome. I wonder if there's another one. Oh, BBIG, not a bad setup. Okay. All right, let me get in BBIG. You could have made the same return, I don't know. That's the way I look at it, is if you miss a setup, right, just be happy. Like, all right, cool, good setup. Market's healthy. Market's great. Liking what I'm seeing. Awesome. Congrats for the traders making some money. I missed it, but hey, there's going to be another opportunity. Maybe you found BBIG, and then boom, the stock's up, 50 cents, 40 cents, right? So there's always going to be some opportunity in the market. Always going to be the opportunity. Movie star, do you have knowledge on whale alerts and the effect on the market? I'm not sure what you mean there, movie star. I know what whales are, right? Whales, but do I have any knowledge on whale alerts and the effect on the market? Explain just a little bit more for me. We are still on in January. Dude, we're crushing it still. Yeah, we're great. What am I at? 5? I think 5. I closed out my week at 2,900 last week, and I was up $1,800 when we talked yesterday. I got 150 today, so put it at 2. That's fine. I'm up almost 5. 5 on the month. It's not where I want to be, right? In order to hit my goal for the year, I should be averaging, 5K weeks. So far, I've only done $2,500 weeks, but it's okay, right? Because I know that next week I can make 10. You never know. Right? One day I can do, you just never know. So I'm not sitting here upset. I'm still green. I'm still profitable. Some small red days, the first day starting off down $1,500, right? To start the first of the year. Not a big day today. Not a big day on Thursday. I mean, it's been a pretty slowish week on profits, but green is green. And it's been a great start to January 2022. And yeah. I know the market has been a little challenging this week, especially for penny stocks. But again, we've been rocking and rolling, identifying that opportunity and making those profits. Live to trade another day. I love it. And the new year just started. We are officially 10 days into trading. 10 days. That's it. 10 days. Right? And a great 10 days into, team. So you're looking at call sweeps. You're looking at option flow data. That's option flow data, right? So you can call those, whale alerts, but basically what you're seeing there is just option flow, unusual volume. So that is for the options world, right? So what you're looking at is put call sweeps. right? So you got call sweeps, you got put sweeps, unusual volume activity, an options flow scanner that'll show you unusual volume for certain options. So I have some knowledge on that. Yeah, I have knowledge on unusual volume activity for options. I have knowledge on call sweeps and put sweeps. I know what they are, and they do make an impact. It shows that there's an underlying interest in that stock to hit a certain price by a certain date, especially if there's a large amount of money invested. I mean, for example, right, if you're looking at like the SPY, right? And the SPY is just normal options flow, normal options volume, right? You got 10 contracts, 100 contracts, right? You know, you just see normal volume, normal options volume across the board on the options, right? Whether if you're talking a certain strike, certain expiration date, right? And you're scanning, it's scanning, right? And if it sees something abnormal, let's say out of nowhere at 12 o'clock, the SPY, right? You have a $470 call sweep, right? They bought like 10,000 call options and it was a $2 million investment. That's basically telling you is like, wow, the SPY right now is at 462, right? And throughout the whole day, there was just normal options volume. And then out of nowhere at 12 o'clock, someone came in and invested $2 million on a 470 call for next Friday's expiration. Why in the world would somebody invest $2 million on next Friday's expiration at 470 when we're at 462? Does someone have insider information? Does somebody know something that we don't know? Institutions and hedge funds, the smart money, they have these tools and resources that we don't have access to. But what tools and resources do we have access to? We can see hedge fund activity, institutional buying, right? We can follow the smart money. How do we follow the smart money? Option flow data like that. Again, if you just see normal volume and then out of nowhere, boom, someone's investing 2 mil, what do you think? Maybe they know something that I don't know. If they're going to put $2 million on the line, right? They're expecting this stock to get to 470 or above by a certain date. That shows an underlying interest that someone has for that stock's price to move up in that period of time, right? In such a large investment, that shows confidence on their side. Maybe that gives you a little bit of confidence that it indeed can get to that price, because who in the world is going to risk $2 million? So that's exactly what we're looking at there. So that's how it can have an effect on the market, absolutely. Thoughts on SBEV? Talked about it last week around 160. Got in long still, but now looking to sell and short for gap fill. Thanks. Thoughts? SBEV. I would have been taking profit at the 200-day moving average, right? That's where I would have been taking profit right there at the 200 SMA, right around $3. You're at 280. So you got in at 160, right? Right now, the stock had given you about 100% return. You are still up substantially, right? You are doing very, very well here on SBEV, getting in at 160. You are currently up about 75% on your investment. Definitely trimming, definitely taking profits, okay? Got it at 160, looking to sell. Definitely start taking some profits, absolutely. You already ran up from, again, 150 to $3 in the last 4 days. That's 100% into a key level of resistance, and that level of resistance being $3 and the 200 SMA, and you're looking to short the stock. So it's not optionable. So you want to short, swing a stock. I am not here to give biased information. I'm here to speak the facts. Short swinging is risky because the sky's the limit and the stock can go up indefinitely. So we know the risks, but can it fill the gap? It could. It could fill the gap from a technical standpoint. You're asking for the stock to crash from $3 back down to $1. Can that happen? Absolutely. What has the stock done in the past? Let's go back and look at the stock in the past. We've seen the stock go on some nice moves in the past, right? We've seen some decent moves, but Overall, it always gives everything back. Overall, gives everything back. Overall, gives everything back. You know, we are in a very strong downtrend. What was our news? Okay. What was our news from earlier this week? The stock is skyrocketing on the deal to sell tap out drink in Walmart stores across Florida. So not bad, right? Not bad. There's a deal with Walmart, just like a deal with Amazon, right? Those stocks typically do well. So you have good news. The stock is up over 100%. It hasn't pulled back, okay? The stock needs to pull back, right? It's going to be healthy. We need to see the stock pull back. But do I think the pullback all the way down to the gap fill is possible? I mean, there's a slight chance, but I think you have other levels in which you would need to take profits versus trying to hold it all the way to the gap fill, all the way to $1. For instance, the breakout level, right? $2, where the stock broke out. If you're going to short this stock, you need to be prepared to lock in some profits around $2, okay? You also have a couple moving averages that may hold the stock up as support. You're going to have your 20 EMA at 150, your 50 SMA at 157. You may not make it all the way down to fill your gap at 107. So be prepared to lock in profits around 160. Be prepared to lock in some profits around this breakout level of $2. And honestly, be prepared to possibly lock in some profits around these prior daily resistance levels that could hold up as support. SBEV breaking and holding and closing above our 200-day moving average, that would concern me. And I would highly consider getting out of a short position if I had a short position on SBEV. Stocks can indefinitely go up. The sky's the limit. They can go to $10, $20, $100, right? I don't like short swinging stocks because of the risk associated. The only time I swing a short is with a put. Okay. You have to have your own rule, right? That's my rule. That could not be your rule. So you need to have a rule with swinging short, right? The last thing that you want to do is wake up and see the stock at $5 because they have another press release, right? But I like the idea of the short, Colin. Kevin Collins. Jesus, I keep saying Kevin Collins and then Colin. I'm like, Colin, Kevin. I like the idea of the short. You gapped up, right? Monday into Tuesday. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, huge move to the upside. I mean, the stock has gone from around $1 all the way to $3. It's up substantially this week, right? It's up a lot. It needs to pull back. It will pull back. But the question is, when is it going to pull back? Is it going to go to $5 before it pulls back? Is it going to go to $10 before it pulls back? You have to try and get an idea, a little bit more clarity. This is where I think it's pulling back. Here's my stop loss. I need to manage this trade. We're looking for these levels to take profits, possibly into a gap fill. Main target here. But keep in mind, there is news with Walmart to sell the tap out drink. Now, I don't know how amazing this is, but you know, anytime we see like partnerships and deals with Amazon, those stocks do well. Now we have something with Walmart. Let's dive into this press release just a little bit more. Performance drink in Florida, beginning with 47 Walmart stores in major metropolitan regions. Walmart is extremely selective in the brands they choose to offer their shoppers, and selecting tap out is great validation that tap out can compete at the highest level with the biggest global brands, said chairman and CEO. Walmart has about 341 stores in the state of Florida, making it the second largest number of stores by state in the U.S. SBEV shares were trading higher, 64% on Tuesday. So here's what we have to think. Okay, just think about this. Has received authorization to sell its tap out performance drink in Florida, beginning with 47 Walmart stores. Walmart's very selective on the brands they choose. In Florida, there are 341 stores. So let's think about this. What if it does well? Tap out selling. Walmart's like, you guys have done well in these 47 stores. What do you think Walmart's next decision is going to be? Well, instead of taking you national, let's put you in all of the stores here in Florida. So now you go from 47 to 341 stores. If that press release ever drops, you're going to see another spike. You're going to see another move, right? Now, what if they go nationally into other states? Wow, this stock can do well. Okay, so you have to be mindful of the news. why the stock's moving up. Is it crap news that's not really that good? Well, there could be other pieces that come behind this that continue to allow the stock to move to the upside. And the one thing that I would think is over the next maybe 3 months, once they say, here's your 3-month performance. Wow, you guys did really good in these 47 stores. Let's let you do all 341 in Florida. If you see that press release, boom, SBEV could have another move to the upside. So we're just now talking news. We're not talking anything else besides news. We're not talking float. We're not talking anything. We're just talking about the news. And then we're thinking what could happen if there is more positive news, and what could that positive news be based on what we just talked about. Okay, now let's go look at some other data. Right? We want as much data as possible. Let's go see what analysts are thinking about SBEV. Maybe over the next 12 months, what's the average analyst thinking? $34 to $340, yeah, so 340 stores. Walmart has about 340 stores in Florida. The article, Splash Beverage Group rise on 60% heavy trade, published at 10:37 a.m. incorrectly said Walmart had about 34 stores in Florida. So that was the article that was published at 10:37 today. I'm reading the article from Tuesday. Okay, I'm going back to January 11th, the article that came out when the stock really started its move here and the gap up. Walmart has approximately 341 stores. They're starting with 47. Okay, here this morning, it was showing that Walmart only had 30 stores, but that was incorrect, right? They have 340 stores, not 34. So that's not negative news. If anything, it's good. If anything, it's positive, in my opinion, right? Walmart only has 34 stores. Oh, man, and they're in 34. Okay, but there's more stores that they can get into in the state of Florida if they wanted to. So it wouldn't be negative. It was just revalidating that, hey, we're wrong. Walmart has more stores than what we said, which is a good thing, right? I don't take that negative. So definitely lock in profits. I mean, you're up almost 100%. You were up almost 100%. That's amazing profits, by the way, in a week. To make 100% on your investment, wow, right? Wow, that's amazing. Good job. But put yourself in position now and ask yourself a question. All right, I made 100%, 70%. Wow, that's great. I want to short the stock because I think it's going to pull back. How much of that profit am I willing to give back to the short side, right? I made 70%, 80%, feeling good. Do I get back 20%? Do I get back 30%? Do I get back half? Do I get back 40%? You're not going to want to get back 100% of it. You're not going to get back 100% of it. So you got to ask yourself, how much of that profit am I willing to risk if I take this stock short, right? That's another question you got to ask yourself. Let's look at the 4-hour chart. I'm just going to go through little by little by little to see if I notice anything here. I mean, that's just a big footprint. I mean, you could see the pop, right? Came back down, it opened, popped up the same price and got rejected. I mean, that is a good signal of it coming back down. So I do like that. And this candle on high volume. So we had this big candle from 2 to 3:30 on 12 million shares on this hour candle. On the last candle, 14 million shares, right, to the downside. So you have a little bit more selling volume moving in. That's an hourly chart. I like that footprint. Looks like tweezers. They look like little tweezers, a little bit of a, call them IFPs. You can look at it like an institutional footprint, but you don't really see institutional footprints on smaller cap stocks as consistently. They're not as common. On the hourly chart or the 30-minute chart, big move up. You have a decreasing volume pullback, so that could be a sign of a possible reversal. So we're just going through every time frame, trying to get an idea. Nice big leg up, nice decreasing volume pullback. So that's kind of looking bullish. That's looking a little bullish there if you look at it that way. Where'd it pull back to? Pull back to the 50% fib. See, what we're doing is we're just kind of going through little by little by little. Some higher time frames look like it could come back down, but as we start going into our 30-minute and our 15-minute time frames, it actually looks like we could see a short-term pop back to the upside. I mean, we did just go from 195 to 330. We just had a nice decreasing volume pullback on the 15-minute chart, right? Nice decreasing volume pullback into that 50% Fibonacci level. You know, if you crack below 260, short. That's what I would say. If you crack below 260 here intraday, maybe you start a short position as you would be losing this low, and you would be not confirming or not validating this healthy decreasing volume pullback. However, if you do not drop below 260 and you see this over 280 again, 289, I'm sorry, 289 again, I think you go back to 330, and we'll have to see what we look at that point in time. 5-minute chart. Again, just still looking, right? Came on down, nice little bounce off that 50%. If this is a higher low here and it breaks over 289, I wouldn't think about shorting it because you would have some potential back up to 330. So start with your daily chart, go to a 4, a 1, a 30. Now we're getting a technical standpoint. We're trying to get an idea from a technical standpoint, all the way from the daily down to our intraday timeframes, right? Trying to get an idea from a fundamental standpoint as well. Is there anything that could happen next week from like a press release standpoint, a fundamental standpoint that could cause the stock to go higher? You have to put this much more research and this much more due diligence if you're going to short swing a stock. You have to. Because again, if I go long $1,000 investment, all I can lose is $1,000. If I go short $1,000 investment, I could technically lose 5x, 10x, 20x. I mean, eventually my broker is going to step in and liquidate the position. Right? They're not going to want me to lose 20 grand because now I owe them 20 G's, and maybe I just say, screw it, I'm never paying you. Right? But again, you know, they're going to step in and liquidate it. But here's the thing, guys. They're not there overnight. So let's say you short this at $2.80 and you put $1,000 in it. And let's say it gaps up at $30 tomorrow. It's probably not going to happen, but you never know. They're going to step in at $30 and liquidate it when they can. Well, guess what? You owe your broker $27,000. Right? If you go long $1,000 investment, you're only losing $1,000. But to the short side, the sky's the limit. Technically, there's no limit on how much you can lose. So that's why you have to put this much more focus and emphasis and do that much more due diligence just to make sure you're getting the best of the best trade. You're managing your risk properly as well to make sure you don't end up in a situation that a lot of traders have ended up in before. Go look up short horror stories. Like, wow. That's why you want to take that extra step and a little extra time to really make sure you're positioning yourself correctly, especially in a, like you said, a naked short overnight. All right, so here we go, guys. Here we go. We are done for the day. All right, I have a lot to do this afternoon. I mean, a lot of stuff. I don't see any from. I see it on my phone, so that's weird. So again, we're only done right around 10:30 on Fridays, guys. We kept it going until about 11:20. Again, just trying to answer your guys' questions, make sure we're not missing the opportunity, getting you guys prepared for the end of the day. If you guys are still trading here end of the day, again, I personally stopped my trading after 10:30. I'm done. Enjoying the weekend, guys. Again, there's more to trading than just trading and making profit. There's the freedom aspect as well, and I know a lot of us came into trading for that freedom aspect, and I really enjoy the freedom that trading gives me, guys. And I hope you guys enjoy the freedom that trading gives you as well. So again, we absolutely crushed it this week. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, rocking and rolling. And even today, a slightly profitable day. Nothing to be excited about. I guess the only thing to be excited about is Friday was a small green day. That's exciting. Having a nice little green day on Friday, right? What are you guys looking at on profits? Go ahead and throw some profits inside a profit chat. Let's see how you guys are doing on this beautiful Friday. But again, as the market is starting to slow on down, as we're losing volume, as we just typically do here on Fridays, adding in the fact that Monday's a holiday weekend. Not a holiday? We are coming into a holiday weekend. Monday's a holiday. We're going to see a lot more volume moving out of the markets for that reason as well. So again, you guys absolutely crushed it today. You guys crushed it this week. Very proud of you guys. Keep up the amazing work, team. And way to go so far for 2022. You got Kevin with a nice 2%. That's what I'm talking about. Corey's excited to not lose money on a Friday. Same here, guys. Same here. As we know, Fridays are very challenging, especially for penny stocks. And I tell you what, looking at the SPY, looking at the Qs, looking at NVIDIA, looking at a lot of these larger cap stocks, I tell you what, it's been a little bit on the challenging side as well because the market has been slightly choppy today. But hey, we came in, We identified some opportunity. We took advantage of it. We made it happen. We got Jeremy over on YouTube. Again, I left the stream open on YouTube today for you guys. $1,200. That's what I'm talking about. Way to get it. Woo! 1,200 bucks, baby. Absolutely crushing it there. Chris with a nice little profit today. Good job. Way to keep it profitable on Friday, guys. Jared got a quick 205 on this beautiful Friday. Way to get it. Good job. That's what I'm talking about, guys. It's all about coming in, finding your opportunity on Friday, right? Attacking, locking in those quick profits, and calling it a day. Can't say how many times I've came in, trading Friday, I'm up, I overtrade, lunch, afternoon, into day, give it all back, end up red, give my weekly profits back. It's not a good feeling. We know Fridays are tough. We know Fridays are challenging, and we know how to attack our Fridays. Where's the opportunity? Here it is. Attack it, make our profits, and we are done. So once again, good job, traders, making those profits. If you're not and you're sitting on the sidelines, hey, guess what? It's all good, right? I love the discipline. I love the patience. I love you guys sitting back, maybe just sitting on the sidelines today, sitting on your hands. And again, really just showing me you guys can be disciplined. And you know that sometimes the best trade is no trade, right? So keep up that good work as well. If you're locking in profits, keep making those profits consistently. Keep working on that discipline each and every day. And guys, I tell you what, 2022 is your year. All right, team. So once again, way to crush it. Very proud of you guys. Kevin, Corey, everybody inside the chat, hit me with a good weekend. I mean, I don't know. Have a good weekend. Hit me with something. Let's get some excitement here, baby. Let's go. Ladies and gentlemen, enjoy your holiday weekend. You got 3 days to just sit back, relax, enjoy your time with friends and family. So soak it all up. Enjoy it, baby. Enjoy every single moment of it. And I will see you guys back here bright and early Tuesday morning, or Money Tuesday. What day is that? I have no freaking idea. That is going to be January 18th, 2022 at the start of pre-market, 7 a.m. this Money Tuesday. Have a great weekend, team. I love you all. Way to crush it. Let's end it. 3, 2, 1. Ooh, that's what I'm talking about, baby. Have an amazing weekend. Enjoy the holidays. And I will see you back here Tuesday morning, ladies and gentlemen. Have a good one and take care, guys.